Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to Thursday, fourth day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, post hump day. So I hope you have had a good week. Sorry, I hope you had good walking shoes on, because it is time to walk down that hump and approach the weekend. Do so carefully. You do not want to scare it away. I hope the week has gone well for all of you. I hope you are energized for what's left of it. Little for me to say, really, I think. Yeah, I live a quiet life. I should be receiving the what I ordered to. It's not a replacement for my Ergo, my split keyboard, because what I want, what I've grown the aspect of the split keyboard I've grown used to, I can't find it, or to be more precise, I can't find it in a design that I can be confident will work, because everyone who makes the design, like the carrot of this, aims at the enthusiast builders. So they're all designed as kits, and when they're assembled, I'm sorry to say, there is a lack of quality control. I will admit, I will accept that there was an aspect of my bad luck with electronics that, caused so many of them to fail. But there's also a clear aspect to me of lack of quality control, especially when there's some things that could be fixed that they don't. The fact that the power, anyway, that's so until unless I find someone who makes a end user quality keyboard like that, I'm not going to try. So I'm looking for alternative, and the big thing that I've grown used to that is right now interfering with how I work is the fact that the mouse is disconnected from the keyboard. The fact that every time I need to use the mouse, my hand needs to leave the keyboard, use it, and come back to the keyboard, and then I have to figure out where my keys are. Yes, there's the bump on the J, but I have to find it. And if I'm in a hurry, I'd start typing without being sure I'm on it. And people have seen the result. So what I ordered is a roll bar, or I think it's called a roll mouse, and it's an addition to the keyboard that turns the trackball into a roller that it goes up and down into sideways. And the big advantage is it puts that under my thumb without having to move my hand off the keyboard. I have no idea if that's going to work. I don't know how comfortable it's going to be. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it comfortable. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, we'll see. But if it works, if this is comfortable, if I can play with it, the next step I think will be getting myself a 75% programmable keyboard. In this context, 75% means it's smaller. Mostly, it's missing the number pad and the page up, page down keys and arrows keys. It's missing all of that. And Programmable would mean extra layers, and that's used to compensate. And that's basically what my split keyboard is, what my Caribdis is. And I'm going to see what that does. Like I said, if using the roll mouse is comfortable, if I can incorporate it in my flow without disruption, then I'll go for programmable keyboard, and I will probably use most of the same layout as my gaming keyboard for the writing, because I've grown used to it. There's the staggered key that probably going to take some adjusting, but but we'll see. Again, like I said, this is part of what I want to play with. Yeah, if that grows comfortable, I will probably look for a split version of such a keyboard. And hope that will that will recreate what I'm looking for as much as possible. Like, again, like it's trying to approximate what I have. Alrighty. This morning, it is the Harker project. And I do not know exactly what to work on. I think that my default will be, if I have nothing to work on, I'll go to what I've written of the world building, the articles, and and do that. Part of what this is going to mean is that this is going to be a mix of writing and quote-unquote art, because for the website I want newspaper headings. It's totally it's completely wrong. I know that, but I don't care. So yeah, this is going to be a bit different. All right, so by the 80s, we get clear fonts. Okay. I'm going to have to be careful, and this may dictate some of what I work, because this computer is not set up to deal with graphics. It's a writing computer, and while it is based, while the laptop, it's a laptop. While the laptop is at its core a gaming laptop, it's now 6 or 7 years old. So trying to do graphics has been interesting. The other downside is that while I'm doing that, I can't see the chat. So, yeah. So, what... Oops. What kind of font am I looking at here? Oh, there's no way those are proper newspaper fonts. I am sorry. There's absolutely no way. This would be magazine fonts, not newspaper. This is definitely bold. Let's save that. Let's open the image itself. So I have something to look at, and I can keep the chat visible because, well, I need to do this work. Kind of want to see if people are interacting. Okay, so that is the font. Can I? So it's a very, well, it's a very Book-Antica. I go bold. Not quite. And here, this is me being stubborn. Ooh. Yeah, no. And basically trying too hard. Like, you know, I don't need the right font, but I would like to have something that approaches it. You know what? Let's... Come on. Okay, this is all encapitalized. You know what? Let's do this. Except for everything being more, the lines being cleaner, straighter. This could probably work. Okay, this is simple. This is Times New Roman. If I do that to it and that, this very much look. Yeah, I think they used Time Roman. Interesting. Bye. And this, I'm pretty sure, is simply okay. I need my date. 17th of December. Okay. Well, actually, you know what? It's the year 86. Now, what day of the month? What day of the week was that? That is a Wednesday. Actually, this is now inaccurate because that line needs to be clean. mean, not particularly difficult. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I thought I had lines here. Well, I mean, I don't even need that. Ah, so I don't know what these are. Okay. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh, well, they're there. Okay, so I don't need to do anything. Cool. Hi, Angel. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Actually, what? Let's see. Can I delete this? Why did you delete everything? Oh, because I dug into it. You are good. I am glad to hear that thing. What are you up to this morning? Okay. This a little closer. Okay. So is done. That is done. Byline. Oh, that gets removed. Who wrote this? Jeremy Quinn. Yes, I am working with layers. I have learned the hard way to work with layers. Come on, there we go. All right, so byline is done. Line. What is the headline? Feature band. Really? That feels okay. So let's band. The headline would be more grabby than just that. uh, so it wouldn't be just banned. Teachers banned. Teacher banned. Basically, she was banned for using telepathy on her students. The headline wants to come as neutral-ish. I'm making a newspaper headline, and I know I'm not doing right. I'm not looking for precision, but basically this is just. It's going to be on my website for Harker, and I have a page with all the headlines and stuff like that, and people can click to go see the article. And I'm doing my world building this way, through article in newspaper, television. I mean, hell, if I had money, if I had the crew, I would have full audio video stuff. But yeah, not even hoping for that. But yeah, so I'm just building. This is a headline. This is for a news article about a teacher being banned for using telepathy on her student. What she did is simply unlocked gifts that each student has. So how would they word that? Because it's a newspaper, I feel that the headline needs to come across as neutral, because they're only reporting the facts, but they have an opinion. And that opinion is negative. Where's my... Oh. That works. I think it works. All right. It works well enough, is what I'm going to call it. Actually, wait. What font are they using for a headline? Yeah, they're not using this kind of font. They're using something much more like Area. You know what? I think I'm gonna make this smaller. Because it's definitely much smaller. Oh, this is not looking good. Let's save. The fact that I got artifacts left behind is not good. Come on, really? Oh, because of that. Just this one. Huh. Come on. Oh, where? Okay. That's what image. So let's call this. Let's disconnect you. Let's call this 2.75. Okay, what did I screw up? Disconnect this. I want to keep the bottom. 2.75. There we go. Let's call that 2.5. Let's. Oh. Connect that. It's 2.5. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Expert. Pictures. I should have a folder for Harker. There you are. What? What did I, where did I put this? Ugh. Cannot be in website. Because that's... Did I put this in here? Really? Come on. I know I've put these articles somewhere. Sorry, the headlines. Story reference? No, that's... I mean, I've got this called Harker. If I did not put this in here, where the bleep did I put this? Okay, let's see. Can you help me here? Plays the image, upload. Where? Ah! Oh, oh, come on. Really? Please tell me I didn't do that. Yep. I put this in the writing. Why did I do that? All right, let's start by fixing that. All right, let's shut down Affinity Photo before it crashes or causes something else to crash. Hey, cool imp. Welcome to the stream. Morning with the tiger tattoo. I don't have a tattoo. Never could afford to get stripes tattooed on me. How are you doing today, cool imp? What are you up to? You are alive and in peace. Is that supposed peace or pieces? It's supposed to be pieces. Working on the project we wrote. Cool. I hope that's going to your satisfaction. All right. Please tell me you didn't crash. Please tell me. Oh, good. This is just the graphical stuff coming back. I apologize if something happened. Holy cow. Wow. What the hell happened to my screen? Can I? Oh, wow. Come on. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to shut down the stream for a little bit because, well, actually, okay, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. It looks good for you guys. On my side, in my display, it's all screwed up. But so long as it looks fine for you guys, I'm okay with that. Okay, then I need to go in here. Now, is there anything writing related? Actually, no, this is all images. That is all images. Okay. So, then year 0 But and here, Harker, here. All right, paste. It recovered, cool. Your beta reader said that the novella and novel might work together as part 1 and part 2. Okay. I mean, the question, I guess, then becomes, is that what you want? Do you want it to be part 1, part 2, or do you want to use your novella as something to incite, as a as a hook to bring people into the rest of the series? Reader magnet is what it's called. I don't know about many. Some writers will write something that they'll give away for free. It will be a full story, usually on the shorter side, and it will give a sense of what the rest of the series is about, and it's, done to try to whet the appetite so that people will then read the rest, then be willing to give away stuff. Like on my Patreon, if you go there, you will find that usually the first 5 chapters of all my stories are free. Because I don't have reader magnets like that. So what I do is I make the first few chapters free. Great setup for family dynamic, and then in the novel, the main character starts making surface again. Cool. Like I said, in the end, it's about what you want to do with it. How you want it to be. Okay, so that's there. Right. Now, I need to restart Affinity Photo at least long enough to export that. Traditionally, if I don't do anything much with it, it's usually okay. It's once I start doing stuff with it that it doesn't like it. But all the work is done. All I need to do is export. And again, traditionally, all that it's done was crash. So I'm hoping that if nothing else. All right, so this is 86, I think I said, yeah, 1986. September. Uh, 17. Let's try 2 and see what happens. That works. go. It survived! So are you writing a novel to fill it out? Cool. Most of the stories will remain the same. Very nice. All right, I need to go to the website now. But before that, I'll be right back. Huh. Okay, that is interesting. I could have sworn I had updated that. Nah, I'm gonna leave it there because I'm probably gonna be doing visual stuff again. All right, if anybody wants to take a look at what I'm doing, this is the page in question. I never fixed that. Oh well. Well, with that one, yes. I'm putting it on the website and you had to step away not to have to see the horror that I was making. All right. In a majority vote, the Oklahoma City School Board voted to ban Jordan Michael Finley from her teaching position after it came to light she had been using her telepathic ability to influence her student. The use of Mrs. Finley's power, that's a possessive. Oh, please tell me this is good. Was brought to the attention of Principal Dozer of Wilson Elementary School after parents noticed changes in their children's behavior. My Billy's never been one to just sit at a table and read a book. Howard Brosland, father of Billy Brosland, told the Oklahoman in an interview. He used to be a ball of energy, always running around having fun. That woman did something to him, changed him. What else did she use her mind to do to him? I mean, Miss Alland, mother of Rebecca Sanders, told this reporter, I do appreciate that Becky's been doing much better in school this year. She used to struggle so hard just to keep up with the others. But this year, she was third in the spelling bee. I've never seen her so happy, but... Here, the woman looks toward the house where her husband is watching us through the living room. When offered to comment on his daughter's teacher, Mark Sanders let out a string of expletives unsuitable for printing and slammed the door in this reporter's face. I just can't, in good conscience, Miss Holland continues, allow this kind of behavior to continue. I can't put my Becky's success above the harm she, Jordan Michael Finley, might be doing to those boys she whammied. I mean, how appropriate is it that a single woman like her be allowed to do that to young, impressionable boys? It's just wrong. Miss Finley is protesting the expulsion, claiming she only used her power to create a positive teaching environment, helping her students remain calm and have an easier time focusing on their tasks. She vehemently opposes any suggestion that she used her power in anything resembling inappropriate manners. I really wish I knew why you kept going for white text. Alright, that's too big. Let's reduce the size of that. Whoa, that's way too small. That is not what I... Can we undo this? I guess not. You know what? Why don't I make it easier. They're pretty much all the same size. So why don't I instead use spacers to govern the dimensions? Holy cow, that's big. Yeah, that may not work. Yeah, that doesn't work. I didn't realize that spacers would be that big. Alright, that's not gonna work. I mean, do I really, if I'm going to put the heading on, yeah, I don't think I need the title if I'm putting the heading of the newspaper article. It feels redundant. Well, okay. It's probably needed for the papers where I went with damaged text to make sure they can read it. Also, this is way smaller. Did I go small for everything? Yeah. Okay, that might be where where I want to adjust. And I need to fix that, but not today. Really? I did not. Oh. If I make it smaller, it's not too bad. At least I don't think it's too bad. Okay. So that's one. This one's going to be interesting to do. I have an idea what I want to do for the header in the timeline, but it's going to be interesting. I don't know. Again, we'll see. All right, so let's do this one at a time. So that is done. So this is just a follow-up. So let's see about going back to that. All right, I am looking at this. Is that December 25th? December. And that's 96 still, 86 still. Yep. Okay, so yeah. I did not. Well, okay, I had not done that on any of them. Okay, so. Oops. Oh, I need to. I need to check something. Uh-huh. That's a Sunday. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Sunday is a very popular. Okay. Let's make this the 23rd then. That's a Tuesday. Actually, no. That's not the one. Yeah. Okay. So let's make this Monday, 21st, 22nd. 22nd. The Oklahoma is missing an H. Of course it is. All right. Let's go fix that. Let me guess. I put it in the wrong place. How the hell is that spelled? Okay, good. At least I got that in the correct place. Okay, I think what I need to do, because I'm realizing there's a bunch of save as. New folder. Headlines. Oops. I can't take that because it's already here. So. So 1986. 09. That is 17, right? 17. I'm gonna want to get in the habit of doing that before I make any changes, so I always have, because I've noticed errors on other headlines. The thing is, I don't have their files anymore because I wasn't keeping them. Because I wasn't thinking ahead, as usual. Okay, so now export. I'm gonna leave it like that for now, and keep the top. Make that 2. Export. Undo that. File. Save as. That is December, so let's become 1, 2. And I said 22nd. Okay. Tuesday. 22nd. What did I... Let's fix that here. What did I had call? What did I call this? Actually, wait. I don't have to guess. I right here. Telepath teacher appeal rejected. There we go. Stop. Save that. This one. Okay. Okay, that's done. Let's go here. Let's update that. I don't know if it's gonna want to update. All right, let's go see if that worked. Okay, looks like it did work. Alrighty. Jordan Michael Finley's appeal to be reinstated at Wilson Elementary School was struck down by Judge Bradley Braddock, citing that the school's board was in the right to be concerned about the actions of anyone admitting to using her mind to influence young boys. The gist of the school board's report boils down to the fact that the use of Miss Finley's telepathic power on someone's mind is an invasion of privacy under the law. Miss Finley's claim that she told the student she influenced what she was doing and that they agreed to it were deemed invalid, the judge said. Boys of that age to do that to them. You know what? I'm going to them. I'm going to go italics. The judge said, boys of that age are not sufficiently developed to understand what it means to let someone do that to them. The emphasis was in the judge's tone. No parents would let this reporter speak with their children, but I was able to speak with one of them from the other side of the school fence. The boy will not be identified for obvious reason, but he had this to say. I liked what she did to me. This reporter leaves it to the readership to make of that as they will. not sure how I'm going to do this one. All right, start, save as. And that is 24th. Please tell me you're still there. Good, you're still there. Okay, let's did I? 24th. Sorry. Okay. So that's 24th. Now, the fact that this is an editorial, yes, I understand a newspaper would be fully different. It would not look like that. But this is what I have. This is what I'm working with, so. All right, let's see what would an editorial. Sorry, 1980. That's letters to the editor. That is not what I want. I'm not seeing. Let's establish my Google foo is horrible, but I'm not seeing anything that states that an editorial would have something like somebody like it wouldn't like it get the feeling an editorial. Although I don't know if this is an editorial or this would be a correction. No, it's not a correction, because they're saying that Jeremy did something wrong. They're saying that Jeremy did something inappropriate. So, eh. Interesting. You are going somewhere else for that. Oh, wait. What did I make? Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm going. Okay, well, I can correct those. Wait, did I update? I need to check. Ah, okay, actually, I don't need to bring up the entire program to check that. Because I've got the picture. And this is going to let me fix this. Oh yeah, I updated the date. Good. No. Why do I keep going to that? This is what I want. This definitely works better if I actually fix the problem instead of just changing it. There. Come on! Why are you still not in the right order? Really? There we go. Okay, in an article published on December, this needs to be updated, 22nd, regarding the appeal of Miss Jordan Michael Finley, reporter Jeremy Quinn admitted in print to reaching out to at least one student of Wilson Elementary School against the express wishes of the parents. Such behavior is not considered acceptable by the Daily Oklahoman, and reporter Jeremy Quinn has been censored for his actions. The paper expresses its deepest sympathies to the parents for whatever harm the reporter's action may have caused. All right. This is going to be let's go to the base one. Well, yeah, let's go to the base one. Date. So let's save as. 87th, 12th. Come on. Save as. I hate that when you tab out and come back in, it highlights everything instead of just leaving the cursor where it was. So 87th, first of the year, first month, and date 12th. Okay, and I called this the Chicago Tribune. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, not always. This might be a Sunday paper. Well, even if I do have it, well, I may have a phone. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I can indeed do that. You know what? Come back here. No, you're actually clean. That's interesting. Really? Why did you go away? That sucks. Well, not really, but... This is a clean line, so there's something underneath dirtying it. Yeah, of course. Right? Actually, in this case, it wasn't a shadow per se. It was a remnant of how my first image was, and I never had to work in enough precision to notice it before. Because the first time I did it, I grabbed an actual newspaper heading and copy-pasted elements to recreate this old, because it was a paper from the 1800s. And at that point, I hadn't worked out ways to recreate that old look for it. So I put it there, and then when I started finding ways, I decided to just put a bar, and I was working at that level so that when I put the bar, it looked fine, but I hadn't covered everything, and that was when I zoomed in, that's what I had. Like, it's just me. Oh, right, because I went back. Thank you. Okay. Well, actually, thank you regardless, but the title needs to change because this is the Chicago Tribune. Helps if I'm on the right. Okay. All right. And I know that the Tribune, I believe you are the one who found me a font that worked for the Tribune. I just have to track it down. Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Come on, that's not what I want. This is what I want. This line right here. Thank you. That wasn't so hard, was it? Clearly it was. All right, did I 87? So, what day of the week is this? That was a Monday. Really? Why aren't you... Can I click in here? Okay, why are you not... Why are you not letting me get in there? Oh, let me guess. There's something else in the way, and you aren't liking that. No? Wow. What is the... there's the problem. So if I go above... No, even then. Really? Why are you not letting me... Normally you'll... This is writing. This is text. Why are you insisting on creating another one? Why did this get turned into an image? Okay, that is weird. All right, let's pull up. I don't know if it will work in this program, but when you use rectangular marquee, you can use Control D to remove the marquee. Oh. Doesn't look like it works in Affinity Photo. So I can move this. The fact that you're showing up as pixel tells me you've turned into an image for some reason, and I don't understand why. You've never been an image. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Except, no, those are the bars. All right, well, I mean, I can copy that, paste it here, delete that. And work with this light. I do not know why you switched. I'm going to save you. I must have been like. So, what day did we say about this? Was a Monday. January 12th, 87. Okay. Peculiar. What it is. Okay. Okay, now what will the headline be for this? So what would the headline be? Yes, this is a different article. So teacher removed for do not like it. What? Yeah, I already have mentally influencing student. I mean, it's a different paper, but I would like something different. This feels like it should be smaller. You know what? I'm going to leave it. I don't particularly like it, but I'm going to leave it as is. right back. I think I forgot a bunch of capitals in there. Alrighty. Teacher Paul Glenn was expelled from Carl Schurz High School after allegations of inappropriate behavior were leveled against him. According to Principal Sophie Trent, multiple parents came forward to the school's administration claiming Mr. Glenn had put thoughts in their children's head. Mr. Glenn has denied doing any such thing and has offered a demonstration that his telepathic ability does no more than let him get a sense of a person's intention. While doing her own investigation, this reporter uncovered that Mr. Glenn regularly frequents a bar catering to men of questionable taste called the Tropic Zone. When confronted with that fact, Mr. Glenn admitted to it and claimed that what he did in his private time was his own business and not that of the news. However, this reporter has to wonder what a man who frequents such an establishment and has the ability to influence young boys does with that ability. The termination of Mr. Glenn's employment comes after the public case of Oklahoma teacher Jordan Michael Finley, who was terminated for mentally influencing her students. The extent of that influence hasn't been divulged, but after speaking with Mr. Glenn, this reporter can only wonder what such a woman might do with a demonstratively stronger ability. This reporter leaves you with this thought. Exactly how is it that our government, which prides itself on looking after our children, allowed these people to insert themselves in position to influence our children? Hey Moonlight, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing all right? Very cool. Playing around in ChatGPT, very nice. I am doing well, thank you very much. Sort of torturing myself with doing visual work. Because I got no idea for stories this morning. At least, not in the Harker project, which is what I work on Tuesday mornings now. So, me. Well, it's It is stuff I need to do for what I told myself I would do. All right, now this is gonna be interesting. Because I need to insert that in the timeline as, and what I'm thinking I'm going to use is basically a couple of lines from a TV guide of '89 with above and below and this in the middle, and play with it. But that means I need to look up TV guide stuff. Let's start with directly asking for that day. What do we have? Okay, all right. Okay. Right. I'd forgotten about that, about the TV guide, because it's got all these channels. By day, this one, and when the news comes on, all I'll have is the news. That's the thing, like it's all news show. I was hoping to insert above and below what the TV shows were going to be, and that's not how they were built. And even if I were to find a schedule for a city, they would still be the same, because back even in '89. Well, definitely in '89, there were multiple channels in each city, so... Okay, gotta rethink how I'm doing this. That's rating, that's not what I want. Oh! Thank you very much for the follow, Dragon. Huh. Huh. Okay. That is from a newspaper. Oh, and they've got it by channel. Okay. Okay, I can definitely borrow that. Hey, Dragon, did all the books on the screen? Yes, those are all books I wrote. The books going in the scrolls are stuff are the one are books that I wrote. All right, so I would need to decide which channel this is. And I mean, I can use whatever, I can use these as a template. You got a question? Cool. When I do a second draft, do I start over or do I edit the first draft? I start over. I have discovered through trying different things that for me, the most effective way I can improve what I wrote is by rewriting it. And in my case, the reason is that if all I do is read the story looking for mistake, I get pulled into my own writing. And then all I'm doing is reading. Next thing I know, I finished the book and I didn't do any editing. So by having to rewrite, it forces me to engage the writer part of my brain instead of the reader part of my brain. And it's what allows me to improve it. A different editing process I have, but that's not drafting, it's actual editing, is I will read my stories out loud and fix the mistake that I hear. Because I discovered, again, by trying a bunch of different things, that I have a better ear for my mistake than an eye. Because when I just read, my mind will fix the problem mentally. So instead of seeing what's on the page, I'll see what my mind knows should be there. And if I have to read it, it engages part of my brain that's more effective. It is not perfect. For people who've been listening to my read and corrects, I have missed a lot of stuff. But I would have missed more if all I did was mentally read it. So, to answer your question, because I always go off on tangents, I start over. The way I will do it, and it's one of the things I like about Scrivener, is that it's set as in a typewriter mode. So my cursor is always in the center. So I have the text underneath that I am rewriting. So I'll be able to look at it and just rewrite. You want to write a book and you're looking for advice. All right. Have you decided why you want to write a book? And let me make this more precise. Is your goal to make money? Or is your goal to write something for yourself? Basically, are you looking to make money or not? Let's make the question simplest possible. Are you looking to make money? And I'm not asking if making... Okay, no, you're not looking to make money. Okay, here's my advice. Just write. Just write. Don't try to write good. Don't try to write the best story. Write what you want to write. Write in such a way that you have fun writing the story. Because if you're writing for yourself, that's all that matters. If the goal is not to make money, and here's the thing, if you write for yourself, if you write for the fun of it, that doesn't mean you can't look to improve, but don't make that the priority. Because the more you write, even if you do nothing active, the more you will improve. So if you start making sure that you like the act of writing, that you have fun with it, it's going to be easier to stick to it. It's going to be easier to improve over time. And if somewhere down the line you change your mind, you go, you know what? Now I think I want to try to make some money at this. Well, you will have had a lot of experience writing, and then you hopefully you will have gained a comfort with the act of writing itself. So then you can then go, okay, now let's see about learning how to edit. Because this is the thing. Many new writers, many writers who just want to try it, sort of come into it believing that they need to be perfect, that they need to write a good book, that the writing needs to be follow certain criteria. That is only true, and I'm putting this a big asterisk next to that, if the goal is publishing, if the goal is making money. If the goal is making money, there are a lot of steps that you have to follow if you want to raise the chances of making money. If making money is not among the goals, all of that can go out the window. And you should focus on having fun. You should focus on writing it, just having fun. And this is one of the reasons, I think, this is personal, why most of the successful writers as adults have been writing since they were children. Because as children, we don't have those filters telling us it needs to be good. All we do is have fun writing. We will write horrible stuff, and we will have the best of time in the process. There's a story in a box somewhere at my parents' house that I wrote when I was 4 or 5 years old. It has to be horrible. Like, I did not know grammar. I barely knew how to write back then. But I have this old memory of having a blast writing, like having these ideas and just writing and loving it, loving what I was doing. And I strongly suspect that this is why I'm still writing today, because I was able to take that, build more. Like to be fair, like I wrote that. I don't think I wrote anything after that for probably 6, 7, or 8 years. But when I wrote after that, even though I had something a little more specific in mind when I wrote, I still approached it to have fun. And I know that because the moment I stopped having fun, the story stopped being written. But I built that way, and I always approach it like I think that's because I started very young. But yeah, like if you are able to put away those filters, which is a lot harder to do as adults. We have been trained so hard to have filters on everything, but try to just have fun. You're writing for yourself. Write the story you want to read the way you want to read it. Don't try not to worry about the rest. Once the story is fully written, once you've reached its conclusion, once you reach the end, then you can look at it and you can go, okay, it's written. I had fun. Do I want to do something more with this? If the answer is no, cool. Set it aside, reread it whenever you feel like it, and either if this was more work than you felt it was, move on to something else. If you still enjoy it, write something else. Like, try not to overload, and I'm probably overloading yourself. You try not to overload yourself with what the writing should be, and just do it. Have fun doing it. And if you're able, leave the editor out of it. Just write. Don't worry too much about me. If you're writing and you see you made a mistake, fix it. But don't worry about looking for mistakes. Just have fun. I personally think it's the best way to approach writing, because it's the best way to. It's not going to ensure we can stick with it, but it's going to help us stick with it, because I'd rather do something I'm having fun at than something that's a chore. Like what I'm doing right now, the specific aspect of what I'm doing right now, which is building a timeline on my website with images for news headlines and stuff like that. That is work for me. Like that is an aspect that if I had money, I would pay someone else to do it. I don't have money, so I got to do it myself. So I accept that aspect of it as some of it. But writing the articles, I had fun. I had a blast writing the articles. Because I just went, okay, what is the article about? What do I want? What am I, and this is a series of articles that lead to teachers being banned, telepath being banned from any employment that puts them in contact with children. Or more precisely, any education-related employment that puts them in contact with children. And I'm building through news article, news story, the timeline of events, not every little detail, but the ones that made the news that led that decisions to be made. So, but I'm having fun. Now I have to format that in such a way, and because I decided this news articles, I want the heading, if you want to look at it, if you want to look at it, like, this is what I'm making. And but I have to format things in such a way that I feel it. And this is the thing. This is the perfectionist in me. Because I really don't have to do any of that. It's just that aspect of me feels like, yeah. And, this is where I'm at. Like, everything that's there was newspaper article. Now, this is a televised news show. So I need to figure out how I want to respect the concept that I've gone with for the timeline and make it. And what I've decided is I want to make it as, not a page, but a couple of lines from a TV guide kind of thing. So the news show will be in the middle, above and below will be whatever the show is there. And I'm having to figure out how I'm going to do that, because the first thing I realize is that using a TV guide per se will not work, because What they have is the hour and then all the channels, which means that it's all news because every channel had their news at the same time. But I've come across a paper, and the way they do it is that they have each stations in column and then the day for that station. So that's what I'm going to use. And now I just have to figure out, okay, what is that station going, what is that station symbol? What is the number? Like this is way outside my wheelhouse. There's an aspect of fun to it. Like, honestly, but because I'm not visual as a person, there's also an aspect of, I wish I could pay somebody else to do it. Yeah. Fun. And this is in '89, so I can't use something like what we have today with the news dedicated stations and all that. Although I will have to go over that at some point, because there's a rule that this is a world with superpowers, and I made a decision to fight. Okay. One of the things I dislike from superpowered stuff as a whole, like some do it better than others and all that, is how the existence of stuff like super science does not affect the world. Marvel has all these people, all this power, all the, Tony Stark and all these kind of people, and yet the everyday person still lives in a world that is basically ours. Like, aren't they supposed to be inventing stuff? And I made a decision in my world that technology is 20 years ahead. So, in the case of this, I will have to look what the technological landscape was in 2009. And figure out, and I'm realizing this is gonna screw me up big time. Well, not screw me up. This is going to change the plan big time. Because 2009, we had internet. Which means I can go at this completely differently. Okay, I sort of put where the science is starting to advance. Like, I say 20 years ahead when I'm talking about today. So it's not always been like that. Around, I hope I've written it somewhere, but somewhere around the end of the 1800s is where, because the first parahuman is documented in 1860. 1865. That's the first documented parahuman. So the end of the 1800s is when science starts creeping ahead, which means that I don't have to go 2009 for 1989, although when did I say the internet kicked in? I wrote a timeline at some it started with how would the car be affected by this technology, by this, and I started going and went, okay, let's make changes. And then I realized, oh wait, electrical. Oh wait, this. Oh wait, that. And and you know, I have questions to answer here because something that I want is I want my parahumans to have an impact on the world. So I have to, like, you know, with the Great Depression, I have to ask, if parahuman exist, can this still happen? Or can they be the cause of it happening? Solar panels starts being sold in 1932. That's a change I made. Because one of the decisions I made is that today in this world, electrical green energy is where most of the electrical comes from. So I have to readjust timelines so that this makes sense. And I also touch on the space race. So the first, okay, all right. So the first computer sold to the public is in 1955, and I mean, I guess you can't hear it in my voice, but this is what I mean when I say we should be excited about our writing. USSR lands, man. Okay, yeah. Okay, 1971 is when the internet arrives. Okay, yeah, by 89, things very much change. One of the big change I made is that Twin Towers are never destroyed. And literally, the Twin Towers is where my dislike of how superhero comics, world, whatever storyline, handle things. Because it utterly breaks my suspensions of disbelief that in the DC universe and in the Marvel universe, the Twin Towers fell. Now, I understand as a person why they did that. I get it. I do get it. But as a reader of stuff like that, it breaks the suspension of disbelief because, come on, DC has Superman, DC has Wonder Woman, The Flash, Batman. Like, are these people so self-centered that they would not have intervened? DC has recognition, like all these other, like, I'm going, you know, and in my world, there was an attempt, and I've got a couple of quick stories written. Yeah, local hero foil terrorists. So basically, this is a series of incident documenting what happened. So, you know, local hero, New York City heroes, Acnid, Bronx Brawler, and the Greenwich Queen were instrumental in preventing two planes from being used to destroy the Twin Towers. The heroes are to be celebrated tomorrow. The attempt to destroy the Twin Towers has been traced back to an Iraqi terrorist cell, and when asked about it, the Pentagon claimed to have had no prior knowledge of the coming attack and thanked Valiant, the Mountain, and Asgard for acting quickly to prevent the plane from destroying the American landmark. Well, this is how I felt they could have gone about respecting what happened and still destroying it by make it something other than planes crashing into them. Like, it's the fact that they forced themselves to maintain our timeline, how it happened. That is what made it suspension of disbelief breaking, because there's too many other things they could have used instead of that. And I have another world. I have the precursor to what became the world of Harker, where I did that. I went that direction. I went, okay, you know what? I will respect that the towers have been destroyed, but I change how it happened. Basically, it happened as, you know, as you imply, as the result of a battle between heroes and villains. And I wrapped so many conspiracies around it in that world that I was going to have an entire storyline built around those conspiracies. But yeah, so I've got that. Then, you know, information has been unearthed. On unrelated news, a third plane was revealed to have been taken over by another group of the same terrorist is still missing. Information has been unearthed showing that the members of the Pentagon had been informed of the coming attack and were told to let it proceed. Who exactly gave that information is unclear, but it was traced back to the executive branch. Missing plane was found in Prince William Forest Park when 911 received a call from a confused passenger asking if they could send someone to pick him up because he had a date with his wife. 5 terrorists were found huddled in the back of the plane babbling incoherently. While the sequence of events has yet to be determined due to a high level of confusion among the passengers as to what exactly happened and how long they were in the air, many of them claim one person was responsible for subduing the terrorists, that should be plural, without even laying a finger on them. The description of the men varies widely, but had this in common. He was male and spoke with what was described as a heavy British accent, and that he didn't get involved until one of the terrorists shoved a weapon in his face. Once the takedown was over, one of the passengers claims the men told them if they hadn't been so bloody inconsiderate, I would have let them get on with whatever this was. By then, the plane was on the ground and the man was no longer on it. Alrighty, Dragoon, welcome. Thank you for dropping by. I should really get back to work. And good luck with your writing, however you decide to handle it. Okay, so. I am going to use this. All right, what does this TV schedule look like today online? Because if the internet is there, now I'm not going. Okay, I guess I'm not going there because I'm not paying for this. It's no longer valid. Oh, right. This is how it's done now. Right. Okay, that actually makes it a little easier. So I can use this format, but the schedule from that date. I mean, not even, I don't even have, doesn't even have to be from that date. Like it's, but I think this one, okay. All right, let's, all right, one of the issue I need to decide on is how, I mean, I've got, okay, you know what? Okay. And this means I'm going to be able, well, I can introduce broadcast way earlier. Huh. Okay. Okay, let's start with this. Save as. Actually, let's see. TV schedule template. Let's remove everything. Let's not go black per se. Let's go. Really? Are you gonna crash on? No. Okay. Let's save you. Let's export. You put that in the wrong place. Well, I didn't look where it should be, and it's in the wrong place, isn't it? Yeah. Ah, okay, too large. That's interesting. Oh, let's make a byte. Maximum is megapixel. Okay, this is, yeah, what the hell is the resolution on this? Holy cow! Yeah, I don't need a DPI to that level. But What can I get away with? Well, let's just stick with that for now. Let's not get bogged down in okay. Let's make that 150 and see what happens. Okay, you went longer. Let's call this 300. Okay, so at that point, you're bigger than that, so I don't need you there. Okay. So, we're going to stick with number 2. So, we're going to stick with 150. This is a charcoal gray. Well, to be fair, it's that color, really. Oh, except that that is considered black. Actually, you know what? Let's test something. Let's resize the canvas. Let's bring you down to 8-inch. That's big enough, isn't it? Let's export. To be test number 4. What does this look like? It's still the okay. All right, that's going to give me something easy to work with, easier to work with. Really? You're not going to let me zoom? What the hell? Oh, okay, now you let me. Actually, no. Because you know what? I would rather have this be on the same line so that if I decide to make changes, I only need to change one of them. Oh, except that it should have started 5:30. I'm going to call it done for this because I can't think anymore. This is actually, you know what? I can, even though I'm not gonna work on this today anymore. I can check something. I'm also realizing that the background will all have to be black and the boxes will be gray. I can export that. Because I need to make sure that it looks more usable on here. Okay, that looks usable. I'm probably gonna rewrite this. I don't know. Um, I would like to make it feel more like an actual televised reporting, but I honestly don't know how to go about it, short of making this into an actual audio-video thing. This needs to be rewritten. This is actually not proper reporting. It wouldn't be overturned, it would be was found overturned. Alrighty. And it's time for me to go take lunch, and I really need it today. I will be back in about an hour, so I hope to see you then. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Alrighty, this afternoon it is a read and comment, and unless, I mean, okay, once Coolimp is here, I will have to check something because the file he sent me only has 1,000 word. That feels low. Hey Angel, how are you doing? One point for you to notice is that the first Oklahoma title is still missing. Ugh. So that's one. Hey, Coolimp. Let's see. Uh, 9/17. If you refresh Angel, it should be fixed. I must have forgotten to upload the updated image. But it should be done now. Finished the meeting at work. So just to confirm, this is about 1,000 words, correct? Cool. Yeah, I had fixed all the images, but it doesn't do live updating. Okay. Do you have something else after this, or is that all you have for me to read and comment on? Because I don't expect 1,000 word to take the entire block. So I just want to see, to check what the options are, what the situation is, what the plan is. You have a babbling baby who is babbling the whole day. I was just asking if this is all you have for me to read and comment, or if you have something else for after that. Well, let's take it. Let's take it as we go. I believe I did more than 1,000 words, but let's take it as we go. If this requires a lot of work, it requires a lot of work. If not, alrighty. So, this is Dragon Sniper, version 1, draft 2, chapter 1, and I believe this is first person. I believe. Well, we'll see. Is that a different version from the one I read before, or is that something different? Because I don't remember if it was yours, but the one I sort of recall with dragon and military was on a boat, completely different. Okay, all right. Yes, I'm one of the people who signed the ID10T. The deal was simple. Okay, the way this is set up, I would, because this is the statement. Thunder's Alchemist. All right. So this is the statement, and then this is the explanation. I would split it, mainly because this makes the line have more impact, because the I isn't asking us to continue, so we can actually take in the ID10T. There's a sense to me that this might work better with period between each, because otherwise it's id 10T, but this could be purely force a habit. If you have other beta readers, you might want to check how they pronounce this, how they would read this. The deal was simple. If I tether to a dragon, my contract in the Dragon Force would go from 8 years to 100. Since no one knew how long... okay, so this is actually how it is formulated. Okay, then okay. If that is the proper way it should be formulated, then forget what I said. And I do know what an ID10T is. It falls under the H2IK category of stuff. The deal was simple. If I tethered to a dragon, my contract in the Dragon Force would go from 8 years to 100. Since no one knew how long a dragon lived, it was the best compromise. Long enough to serve your country without it being your whole life. The current belief was that if you didn't get killed, you might live until the sun went supernova and took Earth with it. Long enough to serve your country without it being your whole life. Okay. We didn't report to San Antonio for BTM, or basic military training. The Dragon Force and... The Dragon Force annoyed me with a number of letterism. Not just me, but many others arrived to train at the Austin Military Processing Station, like like anyone called it that. It was always just the MEP. Yes. We are in his head. I have to ask, if he's annoyed with it, why does he keep using it? Line, they're gonna have only been around 150 years and only the third for about 8. Now, it was more me. This was more the pause here. I was trying to look at, would that, like, is that a, because it, like you know, serving from 8 years to 100. My mind went, who would agree to that? But then the explanation is, you know, you might live till the sun go out. So okay, all right, yeah, it's an unknown, but you know, it can be a definite benefit. So I was just trying, but yeah, like it, like if he doesn't like it, the fact that everything is letters, like there's a, the thing is, we're in his head. Like I could see it being used when he's speaking. Like, I mean, if you're speaking, for example, like if you're speaking literally from somebody who's been in there and you end up thinking it, even though you know you hate it, okay, you know, I'll take you at your word, but you know, to me, okay, actually, okay, if that's the route you're taking, that it's just something that is so omnipresent that it seeps into your head and doesn't go away. You might want to add something about him having tried not to think that way, and it just failing. Just to support the fact that what annoys him, or part of it, is that he now thinks like that. It's not just that that's what the army does, but that it's seeped into his head and he cannot stop himself from thinking that way. Do I speak in military time? Actually, I think I speak in military time. All my clocks are military time. So, actually, are they? 12 p.m.? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know. I'm so, yeah. Okay. We didn't report to San Antonio for BMT, or basic training, military training. The Dragon Force annoyed me with the number of letterism. Okay. As it's written, this is an insertion, and they feel, oh, actually, this would end at a period. It feels more like it's breaking the thought process. So, basic military training. The Dragon Force annoyed me with the numbers of leatherism. Not just me, but many others arrived by train at the Austin station. Like everyone called it that, it was always just EMPS. Well, if you decide to elaborate on this, like, you know, right now I'm taking it as it, but if you elaborate, like add something that, you know, he tried, not to not to use it and stuff like that, then what I would do is break the paragraph, because then this here, whatever you would add to that becomes part of this text, and then you continue talking. But if it's just going to be that line, it feels more like a break. The thing with the period is that a period tells us this phrase is over, but we're continuing. And this definitely feels like a break in thought process, like a thought process inserting itself between. So a period doesn't quite work, which is what, honestly, if you don't like em dashes, put in parentheses. I'm not a fan of parentheses, but it kind of serves the same process. I don't care for them because they stand out too much to me. They draw attention to themselves. But the simpler thing would be, so not just me, but many others arrive by train at the Austin military entry process station. Like anyone called it that. It was always just EMPS. Shouldn't that be the MEPS? "39 other people from all over the country went through the same at their local." You would idle, but that's safe for broadcasting is thought. Well, yeah, if you're, in that specific situation, so it's MEEPS. Just like it's always just MEEPS. In that case, because in that case, I think this should have periods. Because otherwise it's going to create confusion. Because if this is BMT without, like if you, well, okay, regardless of, I'm mispronouncing MEPS, I'm guessing. But okay, because the thing is, if this is BMT, if this is pronounced BMT without the periods, you're telling the reader this is pronounced MEPS because they both share the capitals. They're both a the word doesn't, so because of that, you want to make sure to differentiate. So this should have period to go, this is pronounced BMT, so that here, and if you want to go further, you could simply not capitalize it. It's just called MEPS. Or maybe capitalize the first letter, to make it a name. And I would say you could do that even if in the military it's always capitalized, because we're in his head and it makes it clearer to the reader. Again, like I did, it's walking a line between matching what should be and making sure the reader understands. 39 other people from all over the country went through the same at their local maps. We walked, touched. We duck walked, touched our toes while someone looked at our asshole, and asked to do 5 pull-ups. Several of them looked too heavy and fat to be in the military, but no one was disqualified. Even the people who couldn't do the duck walk. It meant it was to gather us all together. And knowing as it was, I swore to follow order, and that including going to Austin. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like. Okay, what are you doing here? What are you aiming to do? What is the goal of this paragraph? You can't really reason things out. Local maps did all the task. Okay. So the 39 people are there with him in Austin. Wait. Oh no, okay, that's a train back to San Antonio. Okay. Because right now, the way it's wording, it makes things like you said, the wording is weird, and it makes it feel like he knows what they did back at their local maps. So, and one of the thing about first person, well, yes, you know that as the writer and someone who's gone through something like that. The reader doesn't. So the way it's worded makes it feel a little bit like it gives that the wording, the way, because and my lack of knowledge gives that. So to start with, first person is about me. First person is about I. So unless the main character is extremely altruistic, like he's someone who puts most people ahead of them, they will usually start thinking of them first. And in a narration, that would start with explaining what they went through and then applying it to other people. In this case, they're using this paragraph as an example. It could be something like, not just me, however, but many others arrived. Transmitted processing system, like I might call it that. It's just the maps. They had me duck walk. Well, okay, but being disconnected. Okay, to me, being disconnected would not be removing from self, but this is my thought process. So, okay, all right. Okay, so all right then. Okay, keeping it. Okay, then keeping the narration as much as how you have it. I would start with this, because you establish that they arrived. So I would start with what happens. Or I probably would start with they had us. Just to remove slightly. Instead of we did this, we were told to, we were made to do something. I think it adds to the disconnection, because he's, like you say, he's taking orders. So let's have the narration basically establish it. Like, they're not doing anything. They are made to do something. And asked to do 5 pull-ups. And here, after that, you could have 39 of us. Going through this again. Because we had all been made to do that when we were first processed at our local maps. Because now we have what it does, we establish how many people are there, and we imply that they've all gone through, that all of them have gone through it before. And then we can have the description of the range of people there, and him establishing, this is not about fitness or anything like that, it's just about getting us here. then we can have that here. With this last phrase, the one thing I would change is the tense. And a lot of the time, clunkiness can be resolved by restructuring. It's just working out the order in which event happens. You know, usually you want to start with what's going on because that's in the moment. That's what's in the moment. And in the process / after that, the character has the time to look around, analyze. The one place where you would want to start with what is being seen is if that's important, if that catches the attention. You know, the naked woman in the middle of the room, you will notice that before the fact that everybody is doing push-up on the floor. You know, and probably before you're told to do push-ups. It's about what the priority of events in the order. Like, if you want him to notice the number of people first, then give him a reason to stand back, to, you know, notice that, you know, I don't know in this kind, but again, like it's about, you know, shifting, making sure what is important is there. Okay. The thing I would adjust for the last phrase is tense. Because you're already in past tense, everything is in past tense, this feels the same as the rest. So, annoying as it was, I swore to follow order, and that included going to Austin, which implies he's going to be leaving. To Austin. And in the okay, let's start with the tense. So, I had sworn to follow order. This is I can't give you the name of it. It's a different type, past participle, I think. I know them, but I know how to use them, but I've never known the names and stuff like that. So I had sworn to follow order. So this is something that happened in the past of the past I am talking about. And that to me meant I'd had to come to Austin. So the reason I say here had to come is because he's already here. He's already arrived in Austin. You know, considering that Austin is all, you know, you already established there in Austin, you could even just say, I had to come here. But at that point, it's far enough and in a slightly different context. So it's not, you know. On the train back, I will say this feels abrupt. Enough that if you don't want to do anything else, I would suggest at the very least doing a scene break. Because, you know, after something like that, it feels like more has happened or something should happen, like, you know, something addressing that they're not staying there. You know, but if you don't have anything for that, if you don't feel anything else is needed, I feel that at least a scene break to imply that okay, if you're going to have a transition to the train, you may not need the scene break. But as things are this very minute, I would say we need a scene break. So, on the train back to San Antonio, a black woman held out her hand. Serena Jefferson. Edward Coffey, I replied. Does he shake it back? Okay. In that case, instead of I replied, I would mark that action, because you don't, on paper, you do not need to indicate anything here, because she's addressing him, therefore clearly he's the one who responds. The only, you'd have to indicate if that is not what would have happened, but you can go, I shook it, Edward Coffey, because the main reason is that a handshake is something that we expect a response to as people who have done them multiple times. So if he doesn't address it, we're left in this void of, wait, is he just and because she's not reacting to it, you're leaving us to guess, which is rarely a good idea. Unless it's a mystery, at which point, but yeah, like just something that I shook it, just acknowledge what happens, that he reacted to it. She smiled and revealed her teeth. Okay. Hoping for a solo Drake class. Yourself? Okay. Okay. Is Edward someone attentive to details? Well, okay, all right. In that case, I would suggest a change in wording, because 39 is a very precise number. If he's not attentive to detail in the moment of that, he'd be using something like, 40 of us or so. He'd be using approximations, because otherwise he needs to take the time to count or be someone who can tell numbers, and that requires a level of attentiveness that you seem to be implying that his state of mind wasn't in. So, and otherwise I am left with, do we need an exact number? Like, what was the 39 stamped on the wall for him to see it? Yeah, she may need a better. But the thing, well, actually, not necessarily, not at this point, because you've just said that he's not really paying attention to details. Okay, so it's always 40. Like this is a standard number, and he is aware of that. Yeah, 40 to a class, and he knows that. He's aware of that. And you say that he's using 39 on purpose. Okay? What is the purpose of using 39 here? And actually, I need to check something because I made some changes to that paragraph. Really? Okay, so all right, so I'm the one who screwed it up. I can't pull up the file. So, okay, it's 39 others. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that one is mine. Okay. So yeah, it's why I try to avoid making change to the text directly, because then it's difficult to refer to it. Okay, she smiled and revealed her teeth, hoping for a solo Drake class. Yourself? Heard the selection rate fluctuates between 10 to 15%, depending on the year. I mirrored her smile. Don't do that. Hate fake smile. It's like a cheese grater to the tits. It isn't high, but you must be eligible since you're here, so don't dodge the question. What class? Okay, all right. Everyone else's guys were locked onto their Magitech cell phone. So, eyes. We're locked on their Magitech cell phone. I don't think you need cell. I mean, because if it's magic, it's probably not cellular network. Uh, I think at this point, since they're on a train, everybody's in motion. If you say Magitech phones, everybody will have a sense of what that's been. Hey, Lion Pride, welcome to the stream. Been lurking. Then do what you need to do for the rest of your day. Alrighty, have fun. Have yourself a good rest of your day. Yeah, I think context makes it. And the thing is, we call them cell phone because they used to be cellular phone, because they are on a cellular network. So when using words like that, it's good to remember, where the wording comes from. They still are in this world. Okay. All right, then here's my question. How important is it at this point to establish that the technology is magical? Hey, Reject, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Because to me, it's the use of both words that feel redundant. So everyone else's eyes were locked on their Magitech cell phone, but Serena's, you don't, because we've got eyes here, we don't really need to have it a second time. Serena's locked in on me. I wasn't sure if I was prey or a distraction. I guess Newt class. I'm not sure how I would feel with a Behemoth class and multiple tethers. And Drake class, well, they seem so much larger than I might be comfortable on. I mean, some of the Drakes get to the size of a Mack truck. Newts, I think they are the right size for me. And a one-on-one relationship would feel more intimate, like lifelong friends. And, well, you can take a Newt into the cities. My smile faded as I spoke. She nodded and maintained eye contact. I know why I'm doing this, something my granddad said about the changes between the 50s and today. I know we're not immortal, but could you imagine living 200 years and looking back on today, if, we live that long? Serena gave a long pause. And it seemed rude to interrupt. We'll get the chance to look back like no one else will. Could you imagine being one of the dragons that ripped down the Berlin Wall? Some kid asks you, were you there? You get to smile, a real smile, and say, fucking A, I was. Fucking A, I was there. Smile was so broad it looked like it reached your ears. You have a better reason than me. I joined on a lark. Wouldn't it be fun to see if I was special? If I was that special? Parents hated the idea Told me I was a fool. Told me that if I didn't tether, don't come home. Don't come home. Told me if I wanted to come home, I would have to apologize for being a fool. Shook my head. That ain't happening. He has a better reason than me. I joined on a lark. Wouldn't it be fun if I was that special? Parents hated the idea. Told me I was a fool. Told me if I didn't tether, don't come home. I would have to apologize for being a fool. It's dialogue. It's odd. That ain't happening. What ain't happening? Him not returning home, or apologizing, or okay. Rich kid? Serena asked. I guess I piqued her interest. Something like that. Not really. Wasn't poor, but wasn't rich either. Part of that middle class that isn't supposed to exist. Ground my heel on the train's floor and opened my bag. The last of my possession, according to my loving parents. 2 pair of clothes and my phone. They fought me over my phone, but I worked all summer and paid for it myself on my own plan. If I hadn't enlisted, I would have kept working. On the bullet train to Austin, from Austin to San Antonio, it only took an hour. Shortly before we arrived, an officer. This is a abrupt transition. I would at least indicate. It feel like it feel. Like it feels odd that Serena doesn't have, isn't continuing the conversation. Basically, that's basically it. Like, you've given the information you needed the reader to have, but Serena's a person. Serena's not the reader. Serena is clearly a curious person. So where is the rest of her curiosity? Like, why isn't she asking, okay, so, why won't you apologize? I like, it feels like she'd have more, or, well, he's forgotten his name. If Edward's actions close the conversation, like if he's literally, making sure to do something that will keep her from asking something that it should, that feels like it should be acknowledged. And then conversation going on. Edward is trying to dodge the officer by opening his bag, and then the officer walks in the door. Then then, you know, and then I would have something, you know, to keep her from prying anymore. Something to that effect. You basically give a reason to why he's opening his bag instead of just having him open the bag. You know, give what he's doing a motivation. But yeah, right now, what you could do is establish where they are on the trip at the start. You know, something like after nearly the entire trip in silence, okay? The thing is, we're in his head. This is the thing. You're in first person. First person, we're in the character's head. Which means that we kind of see his thought process. It's first person is a very in the person process. This is the kind of point of view many writers use because they can add so much information. I only use it if characters have personality. Because that, to me, that's the advantage. It's, you know, first person is one place where you can be very telly. First person lends itself to that. Keeping in mind that, you know, everything has to be from the main character's point of view. If you've seen me write Monster and Bad Man, you've seen the fun I've had in first person with Alex and Tristan. Okay, so what you can establish that a big chunk of time has passed at the start. You know, something to the effect of after most of the trip, in silence, on the train back to San Antonio. In this context, instead of a black lady, I would say the black lady seated across from me or next to me or something, held out her hand. That allows you to establish it from the get-go, so that when when we get here. Now, if you want, like, if he's doing it to keep her for ending the conversation, I think you need to say it. I was going to offer a different way to keep her from asking more questions, but yeah. So, because they're already on the bullet, like, you don't need to say on the bullet train. So, the bullet train from Austin to San Antonio only took an hour. Shortly before we arrived, an officer walked into our train car and called, "Good morning, candidates." He was a lieutenant in the Dragon Force, Class A He was a lieutenant in the Dragon Force Class A uniform? Is the implication here that Edward is recognizing the uniform, or does this mean something special? Okay, well then, you know, it might be less clunky to go like this. He wore a lieutenant. Okay, I wore a Force Class A lieutenant. Uniform. Yes, I know. Correct it for me, please. Thank you. Really? Lieutenancy? Wait, what? Oh, wow. Did I screw that up? What the hell did I do here? I was supposed to stand out. He was a lieutenant who wore a Class A uniform. Okay. Okay. I don't know that that's supposed to be unusual. Because I don't know the Army. Which means that you need to have Edward's reaction tell us that it is unusual. Because of how I ride, the way I would do it is I would have him go, what was a lieutenant doing in a Dragon Force Class A uniform? But your narration doesn't lend itself to that because your narration is highly neutral. Do you read a lot of first person of books written in first person? Hard to find things you like. Okay, yeah, that can. My recommendation is try to find one you don't dislike. And read it. Because you're writing your first person point of view very much like a third person right now. Yeah. But yeah, there's a level of neutrality in your first person that is very third person. So I think you might benefit from reading. So, I mean, hell, I can send you some of my stuff. A couple. I won't send you a full book because the books I have in first person can be a little dark or explicit. But I can send you the first few chapters of Monster and Bad Man of Collision Course. They're fairly neutral in that nothing disturbing takes place in them, but it would give you a sense of what first person's about. Keeping in mind that I go a little extreme with Alex. I have fun with his narration. Well, I understand that. The thing is, first person is still, again, we're very much in the character's head. Even if he's not doing a lot, he still has a personality. And first person is very, lends itself to that personality showing up on the page. With commentary, with, and this lacks personality, which is why I say it feels third person, because third person is removed from the main character, so it has that neutrality is baked in. First person doesn't have that as strong. So the character's personality tends to be stronger, and most writers who use it to that benefit. But like I said, I would recommend trying to find a one book, that you don't dislike. Like, don't read it for the enjoyment. Read it as an exercise to get a sense of how other writers use first person. Do I have a chapter? Not really, because with this in context, my books won't work really, because most of my characters are highly active in their lives. So, but yeah, like if you can find a book that you don't dislike, I would recommend it. I would recommend doing that just to get a sense, and from that, you might get a you might work out something that keeps that, things are happening to me rather than I'm doing thing, and still have his personality to it, because personality never goes away. Personality is always there. Even if things are happening to him, at the very least, he's going to have opinions about those things happening. And, that would be where that, first person tends to come with a lot of flavor, a lot of opinions. The character, when they do something, tends to have the reason, to say the reason, or it carries through. And again, if you can find such a book that you don't dislike, read it as an exercise. I think it's going to help you craft a first person narrative that feels like it should be first person, while helping you maintain the sense that you're looking for. Where am I? Yeah, I'm on the wrong. Everyone said their phone down. Okay. I am a little bit confused here, and if they're coming from all over. Okay, how many people from the MEPS are on that train going back to San Antonio? So they're all there. If they're coming from all over the country, why are they all on the same train? Um, so why are they going to San Antonio? I was under the impression that he was going back home. Uh, because this literally tells us that they didn't go to San Antonio for military training. They went to Austin. So I thought that this was him, because it's only an hour. I thought it was him going home for the night kind of thing. Um, so I'm a little confused as to why they're all going to San Antonio. They all arrived in Austin. They didn't report to San Antonio. Okay, yeah, because this makes it sound like they should have been in San Antonio. Then, yeah, this is something you need to remember. Unless this will be directed only at people in the military, expect that the majority of their readers will not have military knowledge. So you need to formulate that in mind. And my immediate advice is don't tell the reader what doesn't happen, stick to what happens. So if they don't go to San Antonio, don't tell us they're not going to San Antonio. Just tell us they're going to Austin. And then when they get on the train to go to San Antonio, to go to San Antonio, tell us why. And if that's then explain that clearly to the reader. But again, like the in writing, if something does not happen, there needs to be a very strong reason why you state it in the text. Because it doesn't happen. If it's not happening, why is it mentioned? If you want to establish up front that they'll eventually go to San Antonio, then don't mark it as something that doesn't happen. Mark it as something that will happen in the future. For example, while we would be housed in San Antonio for they gathered us in Austin. But yeah, as a rule, if something does not happen, it probably does not belong on the page. If at a minimum it causes some level of confusion. Everyone set their phone down and responded together. Good morning, sir. Okay, this might be me. It feels like unless they've already had training, responding together would probably not happen, but this is almost certainly a me thing. Good. Get used to doing that. We're 15 minutes from the station that will take you to Lackland Dragon Force Base. That is the moment in every movie where the drilling instructor go full shock and awe. If you're here, you should have already known that, but I'm still going to prepare you for it. Orders will be followed to the letter. If no speed is given, you are expected to finish the task as fast as possible. For potential dragon rider like yourselves, there is no reception. You will not wait. Straight to the fucking point. Do you have any question? No one said anything for a full minute. This seemed normal and okay, this is mind reading. There's no way Edward knows why the lieutenant nods. If you want to keep it, this is where first person becomes useful because, I guessed this was normal because he nodded. You see, this is where the character is in it, because you're not stating something is happening. You're making him guess, because everything is filtered through the point of view, and in first person that represents itself with him making guesses, making assumption, working things out, and explaining why he thinks something. So something like this seemed normal. This is third person. This is the narrator. This would probably be third person wide-ish. It's the narrator telling the reader that, yeah, this is fine. This is normal. This is how things are done. In first person, the only thing you can put on the page yeah, but you are correct, but it's a third person wording of it. This is why this works in third person. In first person, we are directly there, so the character should tell us. It's not things are happening, it's I. And I know you say he's a little disconnected, but the thing is, even when we're disconnected in our head, it's still I. It's still me. Things might be done to me, but it's still me. It's not just things happen. Things are happening to me. And that is what is missing here to make it feel like a first-person narrative. Because things don't feel like they're happening to Edward. In a third person, that works because there's a distance, but in first person, it, like I said, this is why I say this feels third person, because you've put that distance in the first person narrative. Again, this is where I think reading a book in first person will give you a sense. Oh yeah, no, you are correct. You don't want a bunch of I statement. You don't want a bunch of, but you need to keep in mind everything happens to the person. So things don't have to be worded in I. Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me keep this. Let me rephrase it. Let me just change the order. So just something like that. He nodded, so this must have been normal. Takes it from third person to a little closer. Or, yeah, this must have been normal because he nodded. Because having, because this thing is, it's a question of cause and effect. The thought happens because something happened. And the previous way, they were both kind of independent. This seemed normal, and he nodded. These are literally two different statements. And that, one does not depend on the other, because you know what? You could have this and it works in third person. This seemed normal. Or you could have this and it worked in third person. If you can have them independently of each other, the odds are it's not written in first person, because in first person, our thought process depends on what's happening, and our action depends. Cause and effect is a lot stronger in a narrative of first person. Good. Say goodbye to your devices now. There is no Magitech allowed until you are chosen to be tethered. And drink some water. You'll need it. The officer left the train car. Is 100% of the technology magical in this world? Okay, so this is the word applied by this time to everything. We call it tech in our world. They call it magitech, that it's got magic or not in it. Okay. If you can come up with a way, I think you may want to do that as soon as possible. because right now this is twice that we've encountered Magitech, and you've put the reader in a position of guessing what it might be. So it feels like the reader needs some level of basics. I mean, okay, I don't know the details. Like, I'm throwing stuff in a vacuum, but a place where you could throw a bit of explanation. Is with the phone. When he checks his phone, instead of just stating that this phone is there, have him interact with the phone and mentally comment. If he can, have him check the batteries. Have him go, oh well, the charge is still full. Yeah. Slipping just enough information that the reader gets a sense of what you mean when you say Magitech. And again, you're in first person, so you are given the luxury, so long as it's framed within Edward's mindset, a little bit of yeah, but I think at this point, the end of the chapter is too far. Because you've left the reader twice to figure things out. And, well, you've seen my reaction. Like, I'm probably not typical. Like, these are the kind of details I pay attention to. But the fact that it's happening twice tells me that something about it, like, again, don't need, just having check his battery, and, mention that it's going to last 20 years. And, maybe you can go, it's going to last 20 years because of the alchemical process. Well, okay. It's a line to walk. Well, one, okay. It is a line to walk. You don't want to overdo it. That is definite. Which is one of the reasons, as a writer, I like using the outsider, the one who knows nothing or very little about what they're getting into, because they get to ask questions and I get to explain things. Okay. A way in first person to give an exposition, a small exposition, and not make it feel like an exposition, is to have your character express an opinion about it. Instead of writing, Edward opened this phone, checked the batteries. Oh yes, it's gonna last another 20 years. You can have it. He checked. He opened his phone. He took his phone, and damn, was he happy that he wouldn't have to change a battery for another 20 years on this thing, because now they use an alchemical process to make them. This is where first person shines, because instead of just stating information, a character can think their opinion about it. It helps you give personality in the narration. It helps you slip way more information than you have to, because when we have opinions, we talk. But this is the thing, and this is where, first person is really useful. But you are correct that you want to avoid as you know. But there are ways around that, and having an opinion about something, is a good way. I love arguments for that. I love characters getting into arguments over something, because there's a lot of information that can be provided in the middle of an argument, especially when they disagree about what it is. It's why nearly all my world building in my books is given through dialogue, because people are talking about things they believe, not the truth. But again, but this is a case of, you don't want to leave the reader guessing any more than you really have to. You don't want to spoon feed them, but because the basic is that any moment, anytime a reader is confused, it's a point where they might decide to put down the book. Okay? Is there a reason he doesn't, why does he not turn off? Is there a reason he can't turn off the phone when he's looking into his bag? Why does he need to text his family, who doesn't particularly like what he... I mean, I have given you my thought, how it feels. After that, it's how you want to handle it. I will say, considering this opinion, the opinion about his family, I don't know why he feels the need to text them. All right. No one said anything. Okay. Good. Say goodbye to your devices. There's no Magitech allowed. I guess I just told a bit too much about who I am as a person. No Magitech allowed until you're choosing to be tethered. And drink some water. You'll need it. The officer laughed. I don't think you need to say the train car. It's very clear where he is. If he's gonna leave, that's about the only thing that he can leave, unless he throws himself out the train. Serena looked like she wanted to bounce off her seat. You're in first person. Describe what this looks like. Her backpack, a Jansport throwback, was on her shoulder already. For the whole trip, she looked into the sky. Huh? This feels like it's something you should tell the reader earlier. Probably as part of establishing the time passing before the conversation happens. I sent out a text to each of my family members. To family members, last use of my phone for a while. Love you all. The phone's battery would be good for a few months. When turned off, all Magitech was like that. As I turned off my phone, I couldn't see how people thought coal was a... Okay. Okay. I don't know that you need as I turned off my phone. It's an action. It's happening. You know, I turned off my phone. I couldn't see how people thought coal was a good energy source when Magitech existed. The battery would need to be charged, but they should last 20 years of active use. Eventually it would fail. When you say 20 years of active use, is that on one charge? It lasts 20 years instead of 5 like in your current phone. Okay. In that case, instead of active use, I would say 20 years of recharging. Because active use is a confusing term in this case. Eventually it would fail, all things do, after such a long time. Magitech, strictly speaking, was an energy source, not the tech. It seemed to be a nearly unending power source. Only the alchemists and the dragons knew where it came from, but I'll be honest, I was horrible at both alchemy and chemistry. I'm talking past by the skin of my teeth? I think you're mixing two expressions here. Yeah, there's talking through your teeth. Actually, and it's lie through your teeth. That's a proper... talking past by the skin of my... I'm going to put that in Google because I have never heard that specific wording. Because I may have. The thing is, okay, by the skin of my teeth, it means very barely, narrowly. I'm talking... Because passing by the skin of your teeth, based on what the expression means that you've barely passed. Oh, okay. I finally get what is said here. Okay. All right. Okay. Because I was reading this, I'm talking passed by the skin of my teeth. And what you're going for is I'm talking paused, passed by the skin of my teeth. So at the very least you need a comma right here. Okay, because I was taking this as one phrase, and I was, I'm talking passed by the steam. Like there was a broken structure in there that I could not reconcile, but it's two sections. I'm talking passed by the skin of my teeth. I would write me the way I am. I would say, and I mean passed by the skin of my teeth. But yeah, at the very least, it needs a comma right there to put a separation between the two. We didn't arrive in 15. It was 5 minutes. Okay. I will be right back. I mean, there's still time, so if you want to send that, yeah, go ahead. But before you know what? Before that, get your sandwich, and then you can say if there's things you want me to look at in there. Well, if Cool Imp comes in while I'm away, please let him know. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Gave me the time to go pick up a package. I visited a friend a few weekends ago, and left a few things over there. So he mailed this back. He mailed it back. So, is there anything in this chapter that you want me to look at closer, that you have questions about? Obviously, that you're assuming people know all the things. Yeah, I mean, it is something professionals in something in a domain of information tends to do. It's one of the reasons I don't write trucking stories, because I tried it once. And it wasn't a story about a trucker. It was a story about trucking. Like I had too much. What is this for cooking? Like I was getting lost in the weeds of what trucking is about. So, all right. Well, if you want to send another chapter, cool. I've got about an hour, so I probably won't be able to get through all of it, but I can definitely. All right, let me. What happened here? Already done? Okay. I am simply waiting for it to arrive. It's being as you know, more to know the phrasing is awkward for others, and so people understood what meant certain things. Yeah. And you emailed it to my Yahoo account? Oh, let me check something. Oh, Tiger. Okay. It's the one email address I cannot check easily from this computer. and it's having problems for some reason on the other one. So come on. All right, that might be why. It looks like they might be down. All right, finally got it. No, don't you even think of doing that. Alrighty. Chapter 2. An NCO is on deck. Why are you sitting on your asses? Attention! A woman called out. It was a mix of feminine and masculine. Okay. Quick note. If this is... Okay. Why is all of this capitalized? Shock and awe. Why is this not capitalized then? Okay. You better be. Okay. A woman called out. It was a mix of feminine and masculine. Arms at your side, straight. Stand straight, chest out, shoulder up, shoulder back, chin up. You better be texting Jesus, because if those devices aren't in your bags in 10 seconds, I'll send you to him. And if you take more than 10 seconds, I'm going to smoke you like a cigar. 10. The sound of 38 people putting their phones. Okay. The implication. Okay. You know what? I'm going to ask you this. How does he know 38 people are putting their phones away? How does he know that? You, as the writer, know that. How does Edward know it? Here's why I'm asking that, because you specifically told me that he currently is not a state where he's paying attention to details. And again, 38 is a very precise number. And we are in his head. This is first person. So the only thing you can tell the reader is something that Edward knows. Which means that in this context, the only thing that he knows is that this. People are putting away their phone, and there's enough of them to be a cacophony. And my question related to that is, do we care if these two are the only ones who did not take out their phones? Like, does it matter? Because this is another thing, like what you put on the page, the reader will consider it important, which means that if you go to the extent of specifying 38 people, the number is important. You know, it can be important if you're establishing that Edward pays attention to details, that these are the kind of things that he notices. But he's not in that kind of mindset right now. So, you have to stick to what Edward knows, and if he's guessing, you have to make it clear. Like, you could rework, this could be reworded in such a way that, there's so much sound that it sounded like nobody but him and Serena had left their phones in their bag. You can word it like that, but it needs to be clear that it's him judging what is going on around him and making a supposition based on that. There was an unlucky person, and she rushed over to him. Her voice grew louder as she gave him one more attempt. The woman called out each number louder and louder. 10 was like a gunshot. By the time she reached 1, she sounded like a cannon. When she told us to line up, we hurried. When I call left, Your left heel needs to be hitting the ground. We will march in unison. I keep a good rhythm, so if you're off beat, we'll keep stopping, at least until we're in sync. We were separated into 4 lines, the largest at the front, the shortest at the back. Of course, I was in the middle. Look, I'm not towering. Okay, right off the bat, I like this. Look, I'm not towering above people or anything, but I'm not looking up either. That is first person. That is him talking to us. Look, I'm not towering above people or anything, but I'm not looking up either. It took forever to get to the barracks, the gray 3-story building. A lot of wide windows and a single door at the front and back. The barracks looked like a Lego brick. You've said that it's a barrack right here, so this here, where's my cursor? This here would work as it looked like a Lego brick. We were led to the first floor bay, a big open area with gray pillars and linoleum tiles. They lined us up in 2 lines facing one another, men on one side, women on the other. If you hear the phrase toe the line, you will run, not walk or jog. You will run safely to the line. Your toes will be on the line, not over. You will do this every single time. If I have to repeat myself, I get to smoke you all like salmon. The woman paced the room as 3 other drill instructors brought in large trash cans. 2 questions. Do drill instructor look different from other instructors? We may be falling back in, knowledge that you expect the reader to have. Okay. Does Edward know that? Is Edward someone who knows enough about the military to know that detail? That the hat means their drill sergeant. Okay. Again, to help the reader along, you might want to rephrase this something like, 3 others wearing the same drill sergeant hat or drill instructor hat brought in large trash can. Again, it's to help the reader along. Now, you all have 1 chance for amnesty. My drill instructors and I will leave you alone for 5 minutes. If you have any contraband, it will behove you to discard it. If we find contraband outside, you will be punished. If it is illegal in nature, legal action will be taken. And military prisons are still prisons. This is also the best time to shut off your phone and devices. Last cycle, I was approved to read the loving sext. Okay. I fully admit that I am not up on lingo, but almost everyone would say you should avoid them whenever possible. It is dialogue, so you're getting, I'm not going to say change it, just be conscious of it. So loving sext from a girlfriend. If they go off, we have to find them. And if we have to correct it, we go to the beach. Would you all like to know what that means? Heaters on, closed window and doors, and a lot of physical activity. Are we clear? Yes, ma'am. An immediate and in unison response. In this context, I don't get what this is. If they go off, we have to find it. And if we have to correct it, what is this here? Okay, I was not even going to question it because, you know, it's very clear what this is. So okay, it's dialogue. So per rule, I'm not going to say you have to change it, but yeah, because again, you saw where I stopped. Like this is definitely not clear what this is about, especially since she talked about reading sex text before. So are they talking about correcting the text? But yeah, you might want, if we have to shut them off, we go to the beach. I hated to waste food, but I threw away a couple of candy bars and a soda. I expected more time until San Antonio, and sadly, they were contraband by BMT. 2 small bags of weed and I... And, okay, this would be, I guessed, and I guessed it was meth. Got tossed in as I got back to the line. If it was meth, somebody's gonna have a hard few weeks. 5 minutes to the sound. 5 minutes to the sound. Will leave you, fireman not. Have contraband. Okay, to the sound of what? That's not sound. Okay. Oh, 5 minutes to the second. Holy cow! How the hell did I not... This is a perfect example of what it means, I can't tell you why I saw sound over there. Like, this looks nothing like that word. Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes to the second. The drill instructors rushed back into the room. They closed off the bag and tied them tight. It surprised me they didn't look inside. The context, it's already mentioned. You don't need to repeat it. As our overall rule, you want to avoid repeating the same thing. That can mean the same words or the same actions. If you're just rephrasing something that was already stated, pick one. But in this case, it's you're saying the bags twice. So we still had plenty to do that day. Clothing issue was a large building. It looked... Okay. Clothing issue was a large building. It looked like a warehouse. It was a large building that looked like a warehouse. It, especially since you have a short phrase right before it, you want things to be different. That looked like a warehouse. Of course, we separated into men and women. And for the second time that day, I stripped down in front of men I didn't know. It happened to everyone. But they taught us how to dress. Are they all in the same room at the same time doing it as a group? Okay. Instead of saying it happened to everyone, you might be better served to have Edward express how he feels about being in a group of naked men. Because it would throw in personality, and it would establish that. It happened to everyone. Oh, I have no doubt. It's just that it happened to everyone is, again, very third-person neutral. So it happened to everyone, but they taught us, but is a contradiction. But means that you're going opposite whatever comes first. There's not really a contradiction here. So this would be and. It happened to everyone, and they taught us how to dress. Being naked was one thing, but a grown man telling me which way my underwear was supposed to face was simply embarrassing. By the time we returned, it was 1700. Okay, time. Yeah. I honestly don't know if there are rules about time. If time should be spelled or written down. I personally spell it, but that's... But 1700. But our drill instructors weren't done. We started at MEPS at 700, but woke at what? Okay. Our drill instructors weren't done. What were they doing? Because you then switch to a line giving us more information. If they're not done, what follows should be whatever happens, which gets the feeling this is what it would be. This feels like it should be given, as he goes to bed kind of thing, not here, because this feels out of place right here. So it feels like what should follow is toe the line, the drill instructor screamed from the door. We all ran to the line as she said to do. Couldn't tell you about the others, but I had no intention of going to the beach. Need to check something. All right, just for a state of reference, when she talks about towing the line, she talks about smoking them like a salmon. The beach is about the trash bag. Sorry, no, the beach is about the cell phones. She paced and corrected each person with boots over the line. Now, we're going to repack your duffel bag and rucksack. When I give the order, you will turn your bag onto the floor. You will not delicately pull out each item. Yeah, but you need to stay consistent with a reader. Because the reader doesn't know your mind. The reader does not know that. Now, you're in first person. You are in Edward's mind. You can have Edward explain those things to the reader and tell us how the bleep it is he knows that information. Because nothing into what's happened tells us why it is that Edward knows the information that he knows. We don't know where he's from, and him explaining things to the reader is a good way, and explaining where it comes from is a good way of adding narration. Like, he can, if you know the movies, if you've seen the movies, use them as reference, not necessarily by the title, but by details picking from movies. But you can just have him refer to, oh, yeah, right, that's what they mean. I saw that in a movie. That's what they mean. Again, first person gives you a chance to throw in personality. Now we're going to repack your duffel bags and a rucksack. When I give the order, you will turn your back onto the floor. You will not delicately pull out each item. You will turn it upside down and let everything come down to the floor. You will make it rain. Have I made myself clear? Yes, ma'am. Empty your bags. Execute. The drill instructor didn't waste time. Several of the candidates did exact. Wait, what? The instructors didn't waste time. Okay. What happens first is that some of the candidates don't do what they're told. That is what should come first. Then the instructor should not waste time in correcting them. Several of the things should always happen in order. Or, okay, you know what? Actually, let's rephrase that. You could leave it like that. Instructor didn't waste time. As soon as one of the candidates did exactly what they were told not to. It's about structuring it so that it fits. Because right now, again, you have two independent statements. If you will have independent statement, they need to come in the order that they happen. The way around that, if you feel that establishing that the instructors are quick right off the bat, is to make that link to whatever comes after. Serena stood across from me as she dumped it out. She didn't have any shame about people seeing her standard issue bra and panties. I wasn't much slower. Her eyes glanced both ways before making a funny face for a brief second. What's so funny, Cummings? Wait, what? That's in the other chapter. Our last name is Jefferson. Did you change your last name? Wait. Her eyes glanced both ways before making a funny face for a split second. One of the male instructor was in his... okay. Who is doing what? Okay. All right. The issue here is that making a funny face and being addressed as something funny is kind of linked. So it causes the confusion that happened to me. Okay. Well, can Edward turn his head? Well, okay. Yes, if you add that, then it establishes that this is not happening to Selena. Well, okay, because if it's the person right next to him, then I'm okay. Yes, you can establish that he's in that person's face, that this is something Edward would notice because of being close. If it would have been further down, you would need to establish that he sees it out of the corner of his eye. All right. What's so funny, Cummings? One of the male instructor was in his face, much faster than you would think. Why is there still clothing in your bag? Move, move, move! Serena grinned on the other side of the room. Okay. Why is she not being reprimanded? She doesn't get caught. Okay, you need to have Edward react to that. He knows about the military. Edward needs to have a reaction to that. Even just something as, fuck, I hope she doesn't get caught, or lucky bleep, she doesn't get caught. This is like, you've established right here that this is a bad thing to do under the circumstances. Then she does exactly the same thing. So you need to establish why. You need to explain to the reader in some way why. Have Edward think that she's lucky that every instructor is currently busy with screaming at somebody else, because otherwise, otherwise it feels like the hand of the author. I suspect that you left it like that, figuring that the reader would get it. And I'm telling you that readers who pay attention to those kind of details will bring it up. 10 minutes later, and my ears hurt. They yelled everything. It seemed to be their default tone of voice for the majority of the day. Once our bags were repacked, we were ordered to sit on them. I am your senior drill instructor, Staff Sergeant Andrea McCollins. We, as a team, will teach all of you what it takes to be a member in... I know it's dialogue, but technically this should be of the Dragon Force, not in. If this is if it's proper speech that you're going for. In the Dragon Force, first things, you may have noticed that not all of you have the same body type. That is by design. Dragons tether to all kind of people, and so long as you meet the qualifications, you will have your chance in front of the dragons. That does not mean we expect anything less than your best. Okay. This contradicts Edward's belief. Because in the previous chapter, he basically goes, they don't care. They just grab anyone they can. What's the exact wording? But no one would discover, even people who couldn't duck walk. It meant it was all to gather us together. There's a reason why they gather. This is not to be changed, but I'm simply pointing out that this is a place where his belief hits the pavement and he's wrong. There is a reason why they do it this way. Whoops, come back here. For those of you out of physical conditioning, we will get you there. We will teach you everything. In 9 weeks, you will be presented to the dragons. It was in your contract, whether you fully read it or not. You will have 3 chances to tether. If you fail, you will be assigned a different role. It is cliche, but you will treat all members of the Dragon Force with respect and dignity. They have earned their place. You, if you follow your instructions, will do the same and earn your place among the ranks. As we take you upstairs, you are not allowed to fraternize at this time. And do I need to reiterate the warning about going to the beach? I think not. Men on the 2nd floor, women on the 3rd. Each of the drill sergeant introduced themselves. Staff Sergeant Derek Winters, Sergeant Georgia Jones, and Sergeant Jonathan Parker. Finally, after being up since way before the sun had risen, I saw a bed. But the training wasn't over. As tired as I was, they took an hour to educate us on how to pack our wall locker. That took an hour. I would say another hour, just to make it clear that it's not the same. Another hour for everyone to pass the basic inspection. We were finally taken to the cafeteria. Okay, with this here, the bringing up the bed feels odd. At the very least, it needs a bit of context. Yeah, but I get that, but it's the fact that he is looking at the bed, which means that he has an intention towards the bed. That it'd be simply something about taking a nap before food. And that should be, why he's looking at the bed right now should be mentioned. Like, what is it about the bed that makes him think about it? Because otherwise it's just another piece of furniture in a room in which he's being trained. It's like at this point, like, to me it went, oh, okay, he wanted to lie down, but there's training, and now there's the cafeteria. Like, again, like, it just needs some, because we as the reader have lost track of time. We were finally taken to the cafeteria. It was on the opposite side of the barracks. And not only that, but Okay. We were finally taken to the cafeteria. Actually, yes, I will bring that up. Da, 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 da. Okay. Take you. Because she already talks about taking them upstairs. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I get it. The implication here is that the beds are upstairs. Am I getting this correctly? Don't leave it to an implication. Have them go up the stairs. Yeah. And because the thing is, like, this here, no, you don't need to describe the room. But because the thing is that this is taking upstairs, not allowed to fraternize. This is him seeing a bed. As far as I know, the bed is right there. And the other thing also is that this is a statement that he's tired. So even if it's true, that linked to the bed doesn't make me go, oh, they went upstairs to go, and that's where the beds are. It makes you go, he wants a nap. And he's denied that because, you actually have him state that he's tired here. So I would replace that with, we went up the stairs and I finally saw a bed. But training wasn't over. Again, while you don't want to spoon feed your reader, you need to make sure they have all the information. You don't want to leave them guessing unless the act of guessing is important to a point you are making in the story. Most of the time, if you're not telling a mystery, if you're not in the process of setting up a mystery, a reader should not have to guess. We were finally taken to the cafeteria. It was on the opposite side of the barracks, on the bottom floor. Food was only fine, bland as all fuck. And while we ate, we were told no extra sugar, no extra salt or sugar or snacks. One of the heavy guy eyed the cakes. No idea why they set it out if we weren't allowed to eat it. Torture! You're in the military. Get used to it. Still no rest. After dinner, now to make our beds. After another half hour, we all finally passed musters. You will all wear your PT clothes to bed. I know it's I know it's dialogue, but you need to. I have no idea what this is. You need to tell, if it's not important what they are, or if it's what they're wearing right now, you need to explain it. Again, like if it's what they're wearing right now, you will all wear what you're wearing. And again, you're in first person, so you can have, and and Edward should be commenting on it. Drill Instructor Winters said, in the field, you might be required to immediately jump into action. That's one of the major reasons. The second is some people may not want to see you naked. Really? They've already seen each other. Or I If I or any of the drill instructor come in here and find you naked, you will be punished. This is San Antonio, gentlemen. Windows closed and heat on. More humidity than any of you want to deal with. We will be back at 600. You will be on the line, clean shaven, teeth brushed, and bed made. Am I clear? This is probably where the getting off at 5, even though the day starts at 7, comment from Edward would fit. Yes, sir. They gave us a command to prepare to lay down, then a command to lay down, and finally a command to go to sleep. And that was the end of my first day. I got 10 minutes at most. Is there anything you want me to pay attention, to look at? I will say that this is interesting. Like it is military enough that it's not for me. Like, I really have no interest in this level of military stuff. Like, this is the kind of stuff where I would bypass. Like if I had promised myself I would read that book, I would be flipping through the chapters looking for for things to happen. There's such when you went to basic early, use contractions. Well, then that may be something you'll want to adjust. A few places I was questioning it, but again, it's dialogue, so I don't have anything to say. But yeah, this is very military. I am not a military person. Okay. Will there be a conflict for Edward? Actually, no. Let me go back a bit more. Okay, first few chapters. Will there be a conflict in there for Edward to overcome? And with that, I don't mean the training itself. The training is the background in which a story would take place. Is there a story in these chapters, or is it just you walking us through what basic training is? Taking initiative in general. Okay. All right. Because this is the thing, like something needs to happen. And this is a bit of what's going on here with this first two chapters, is that nothing really happens, and you establish that it's all, this is a state of things being done to Edward, and that's fine. But you need to keep the reader interested. And people who have no interest in the military may not stay interested. And because you're in first person, how you can keep that interested is through Edward's personality. How about 33%? Okay. How many chapters is 33%? 12. So throughout those 12 chapters, it's going to be a series of Edward's initiative being tested and him failing. See him take control once in a while, but it lets other character get a moment to shine as he works through being passive. Okay, all right, okay. Because again, you need to keep it interesting to the reader. You know, the reader is here to read about Edward. They're not here to read about the military training. They're not here to read about how dragon training is different than the training, you know, regular world. They're not even here to read how your world differs from ours. That is all incidental to what happens to Edward. So you need to keep us interested in who Edward is, either through his personality, his action, his reaction. So, you know, this is something to keep in mind. You know, you're in the first draft stage, so it's not, right now, it's not the big, well, actually, no, this is second draft. But, you know, it is something to keep in mind that we're here for the reader. We are not here for the world building. Sorry, not the reader. We're here for Edward. We're here for the character. The world building is what happens around the character while the character goes through his arc. So you need to ensure that that is interesting for us to read. 7th draft. Okay, cool. Alrighty, is there anything else? Is there something, like, is there something specific you want me to look at? V is full rewrite, draft is number under that. Ah, okay. You are good. Alrighty. Do you have someone you'd like us to raid? Alrighty, well, I'm gonna raid Amidst. So, thank you. Wait, let me. I said I do that, but let me set it up first. Alrighty, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company, keeping us company. Thank you, Cool Imp, for the privilege of reading and commenting on your chapters. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technician's Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the weekend. A good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives.